Hello again, viewers, and greetings, fellow space travelers. This is Thorn of Night, and welcome back to a lovely Monday, December the 18th of 2023, sorry. I was looking at something else, because over on my channel dashboard, I have now gotten 2005 subscribers, which is 2 more than 2003. But anyway, let's do this, pop this out. Streamlabs is acting a little squirrely today, even though I rebooted. When I launched Streamlabs, it tried to stream with my previous stream's information. I had to stop that real fast, and now the chat overlay isn't working right. So there we go. Let me get that on the screen and make sure all this fits. You can't see what I'm doing behind the scenes, but I assure you it's making full use of both of my monitors. Anyway, let's see here. Do that and that. Okay. Hello! Greetings, fellow space travelers. It is dark. I did not make it daytime yet. That's alright. I'll have to come back to here anyway. I'm no longer AFK. Today, I am going to be working some more on the monolithic masterpiece, the monolithic masterpiece of the Menger sponge, and I will shortly after I get into it. Let's see here, PV2. Yeah, just a few shulkers to spare. I will have to go make myself some more chisel deep slate, but that's okay. Let's see here. Before I get into it, though, let me go ahead and bring this up over here so that I can say thank you to the people who are able to help support my channel and make it so I can accomplish some of the things that I wish to accomplish and do the things that I want to do for you guys. And right now, the people who are able to do that are Elmaze 11 Dogma Infinium, Sean, Robert Kemp, Little Cuddles, and X-Blaze Ninja Zero. And speaking of X-Blaze Ninja Zero, let's come back over here to the Discord, which you can join by following the link in the description. And get over to... oh, it's in general. Okay. There has been a new dad joke summoned for today by X-Blaze Ninja Zero. How do you fix a broken pizza? With tomato paste. Now, I would like to believe that there's no such thing as a broken pizza. Cut, maybe. Broken? I find that a stretch. Just like the cheese that's on it. Let me see here. Make a little note here. Bear with me. And that's done. Cool. Now I need to do the invites. Let's come over here to the chat. Huh. Dragon Girl 165. I bet you're not still on, are you? No, you're not. Hey, look! It says YouTube again. The Amethyst ranks exist. The club ranks exist. All of Merlin's stuff exists. Look at that. They fixed it. Oh, that's right. Let's hide that. There we go. I was looking at this, looking at the tab list. They fixed it. My YouTube rank exists again. Also, I should mention I am playing on the Performium Wild SMP. Performium is a multi-server network that has a whole bunch of stuff going on, and I play on the Wild SMP. And you too can play by coming to mc.performium.net. You can see it over here on the right of the screen, the yellow text. Let's turn the music down just a smidge. There we go. Let's do this. Paste that, and let's go over to Candy and go fly over to a new location so it believes I have moved, and go back to here on Wild, and back to Wild I go. And then I go P time at noon and P weather water. Weather clear. Wow. Thanks, fingers, for that, I guess. Alright. So, my goal is to get to at least here today. If I get to here, I will be starting the next tier 4 cube over here. Let's see here. And it starts right there. So I have been working on the data pack stuff and the Skyrim stuff for the last several weeks, and I have been mostly doing the finishing touches for the last week or so, and in my last Skyrim stream, at least my stream on Discord, I got to the point where I was able to demonstrate that the Vigilant delayed start mod is working properly. I ended up having to do all of the Dawn Guard stuff, which took a couple of days of streaming to knock it out of the park. But that's done now. And I also got a couple of other mods to do their automatic triggers as well. I'm very happy with that. Oh, I need to bring this to the front. There we go. So I have since come to the realization that if I want to be able to see, and I want my viewers to be able to see clearly enough while I am delving into the dungeons, I can't be waiting until I'm level 25 and have done the Dawn Guard material before I'm able to get the Old Histus Flask. So I hunted down a mod that allows you to either craft or buy and then wear some lanterns on, or at least a lantern on your person. It knocks the Old Histus Flask out of the water. It is so much better and clearer light. It has a larger radius, and it's not too invasive. It hasn't shown up on my gear because I think I have the rustic clothing and the Amidian born and some other stuff, but I can't actually see where the lantern is on my person, but I can sure see the light. And I disabled the Histus flask from Vigilant just to make sure. And yeah, it's the lantern is giving off plenty of light. Very happy with it. I also have added a mod that enables me to be able to craft ink. Ink and paper. I can craft paper from linen, but also I think grass pods and some other plant, cotton, I guess. But the other mod that I added to accompany it breaks the ability to slowly learn spells. It reverts it so that when you just open a spell book, you just eat the book. And I have always found that to be ridiculous. So I have had to undo Scrivener. And what Scrivener did, why I got it, was you are able to copy books. And this is important because there are several books that you can get during the course of just normal play that you do not get to keep. But they have stuff in them. They have lore, they have information. There are words to read, but you don't get to keep it yourself. So I think what I'm going to have to do is whenever I get a quest-only book, I'm just going to have to go to the Dragonborn Museum and see if I can use the printing press to make a copy of those books that way. It's the only thing I can think of as an option. But at the very least, I'm able to make paper, I'm able to make ink. And that's what matters. Hello, Barnaby Gaming. And good on you. Good on you for making your own content. So am I, as a matter of fact. It's right here. Let's see here. On the matter of the Dawn Guard situation, I was reintroduced. You should go check out my stuff too. I have almost 1,000 videos and or streams on my channel. It's right here. But anyway, and also the handful of people that are watching would probably want to have a little reason to go check out your stuff. What do you do with your content? Is it family friendly? Do you do video games? Do you do commentary? Do you just play games terribly? What do you do? And yes, I am calling you out. If you're going to advertise in my chat, I might as well make you make it worth it. But anyway, while they are slinking back into the shadows, I was reintroduced to a bug that has arisen a number of times because of my quick loot mod that I've installed, which makes it so you don't have to actually open the container. You can just mouse over it and be able to loot from there. Oh, you have a backstory which is pretty sad. So do I, as a matter of fact. I come from a very sad backstory. But more about your character. What about your character's backstory? Don't really have any connection to you just yet. Let's hear about your character's backstory. Is your character's backstory sad? And yes, I'll rake you through the coals. But anyway, the issue that I was reminded of is every once in a while, if I encounter a rather full bookcase, when I mouse over it, the game just crashes to desktop. I don't know if it's because a specific book has been found in it through the random generation, or if it is a just a matter of too many things going on at once. But I can't imagine it's too many things going on at once because I am able to open like massively full containers of ingredients and weaponry and everything else, and it doesn't crash. But when I just glance over bookcases, and it's random each time, I just glance over the bookcase and it just straight up crashes to desktop. It's an issue with the Quick Loot EE mod, but it has also arisen from other Quick Loot mods. It's just something to do with books. Don't know. So I'm going to have to remember when I'm playing to throw down a save before I start looting bookcases. Just in case. Just in case. The origin of your channel is you started your channel. Come on, Barnaby. If you don't want to get kicked, then at least communicate back. Who are you? Why should we care? Why are you advertising on my stream? Is the face of YouTube so bad that you have to find a nobody streamer in order to get the content for your channel by just recording me talking back to you? Is that what's going on? Let's see here. Hide user on this channel. There we go. Perhaps you got bullied because you didn't engage in the conversations that they were having. Not saying bullying is right. Bullying is never right, but you could at least have a little decency and say, hey, can I have permission to advertise my channel in your stream? It was a nice try. I gave them every opportunity I feel to be able to, you know, talk back and not just try to hawk their wares. But yeah, if you aren't going to engage, then it's not worth me spending any extra effort on it. I feel like asking permission is not too terribly much. Yeah. trying to do it on this tiny little channel, probably because they've been banned from every other channel. Can I hit the green pixel? Come on. Got him. Maybe where they come from, that was how they do their introductions. Is, hi, I'm not going to tell you my name. I'm just going to start with one sentence per post and tell you my tragic backstory. Maybe that's how they were raised. It's definitely not how I've been told that the world works, but maybe that's how they were raised. So maybe we should have pity on them. Anyway, yeah, the bookcase thing. It's a weird hiccup, and when I was continuing my tests on the Discord stream over the weekend, the last, I don't know, half hour, 40 minutes or so of my gameplay just went into oblivion because I moused over a bookcase, which caused a crash, and like a fool, before I had started looting things, I had not saved. And so all of Castle Volkihar, during the final stage of the Dawn Guard DLC, I lost all of that. I had to, the next day, yesterday, I had to re-kill, what's his face, Harkon, or whatever his name is. And then I had to, every time I encountered a section of bookcases, I had to do a manual save, and I went through all kinds of paper and ink doing it. A lot of trouble. So hopefully I will remember. One thing that I did not test was if I can send, for instance, my follower Lucian to go loot a container in my stead. Because I've never had the crash happen when I opened a container normally. It's only when I mouse over it, when it's trying to, I guess, populate the list, that it causes the crash. So maybe I can, if I find a problem container, I can just say, hey Lucian, go loot that for me. I don't care if there's things in there that are marked steal. Go get it. I don't even know if Lucian can loot containers on my behalf. I know he can go stand places. I know he can go activate levers. I don't know if he can loot things. I'll have to mess around with that. But anyway, I have added, like I said, the ink and paper crafting. I temporarily added Scrivener to copy books, but that has since been removed. I have added a mod for being able to craft or purchase wearable lanterns so that it is not as dark as Skyrim normally is. And I have also added a mod compilation of additional ambient sounds, like different sounds when you're in cities, and when you're in nature, when you're in dungeons, whether it's day or night, just all kinds of different extra sounds. I don't know if it replaces the existing Skyrim sounds. I have not yet tested it. There are several Skyrim sounds that I'm very fond of, so we'll see how it goes. But I think that it should be okay. There are lots and lots and lots of endorsements for this mod, so I can't imagine it's terrible. I have not tested it though. Maybe I'll test it tomorrow. We'll see. Also, on the matter of the Minecraft data packs for the Refugee to Regent, I am still filling out all the information. As a matter of fact, I'm a little bit behind, so after today's stream, I will have to just nose or elbow to, is it nose to grindstone? I think it's nose to grindstone. I'll just have to put my nose to the grindstone and get typing. And then also, when it comes to the data packs, I have found just a handful of other things that I want to include. I will have to test them, but some of them add functionality back. A couple of the data packs that I enjoyed when I first started messing with data packs back in 1.19.4 have been updated to work in 1.20 configuration. So I have a few more options, including one that adds a rather extensive stronghold, you know, the stronghold for gaining access to the end. Instead of having the vanilla situation, it adds this randomly generated conglomeration of rooms that number well over 100, and it goes through all different layers of the world, and it is just this huge adventure to get in. And I figure if I'm going to be having other means of getting to the end anyway, I might as well make the legitimate one, or well, I guess they're technically all legitimate, but I'll make the original one be a little bit more interesting to explore if I do manage to find it. Because in addition to the Refugee to Regent challenge and the new in town stuff that I'll be doing, I also intend on doing a bunch of adventuring and exploration, even going so far as to giving myself daily quests of go to these coordinates as close as possible as you can get and see if there's anything there. Maybe there's nothing there, but maybe there's something along the way. Or maybe when I get there I'll find something amazing. Who knows? I want to see something here. Hello, Understar. How are you? Yeah, that person who was posting earlier, they have, it looks like, a little over 2 hours worth of content, and almost all of it is less than 50 seconds in the form of shorts. It was nice of them to try, but yikes. Nah, not even multiple yikes, just one yike. They have been awarded a single yike. But anyway, hello, Understar. How are you? Welcome. I am building a gigantic Menger sponge out of chiseled deep slate on a public server. A server that I have been part of since 2016. Yeah, very end of 2016. And have been playing on for quite some time, which is why I have enough rank to be able to fly, which is making building this a lot easier. But I would probably still be trying to build this even if I did not have fly. Just take a while. And boy, would my acrobatics be through the roof. Alright. What else? What else? Oh, right. As I stated at the beginning of the stream, I have 2,005 subscribers. I have passed that 2,000 mark. And I am still constructing the outlines for what I'm going to be doing as far as a 2,000 sub video. I am leaning heavily towards it being both a look back and a look forward. I have to do some of the things that I want to do in the video. I'm going to have to see if I can hunt down some of my old save files, some of my old thumbnails, and a few other things, but it shouldn't be too much trouble. But I want to, at least for a couple of the things, I want to go into my old Minecraft maps and just wander around and talk about what I was doing back then, and then transition to what I'm doing now, and then finish off with the statement of intent for what I want to be doing in the near and distant future with my channel. So I have a little bit of busy work to do with that. What I might end up doing is getting it prepared and then having a secondary sort of special event, because YouTube has a lot of different metrics that it uses to keep track of your productivity and your reach and all that kind of stuff. And one of the things that looks like it's also going to be rather close-ish is, let me bring this window up over here, is for my earnings tab. It says that I have 2,733 public watch hours in the last year. I need 3,000 in order to be able to unlock supers and membership and shopping and some other stuff. So that puts me at 267 public watch hours away from that milestone. So I think what I will probably end up doing is targeting the date for that video and or stream to coincide with that, and then have the 2,000 subscriber rolled up into one single package with it. That way I am not having to do too many different things all at once. Because most of my time right now is being spent with setting up the Refugee to Regent, I guess, timeline, and also the Skyrim stuff. So I'm not really allotting myself too much time outside of that for making the look back and look forward and all that kind of stuff. At least until the end of the year. We'll see how it goes. In other news, I absolutely no longer feel sick at all. So that's a great thing. Why am I... Oh, have I gone through... Yes. I feel much better. No throat issues. No random fevers. I will say this. I don't know exactly what it was that I had happen about, I think it was back in March, where I was just, it felt like I was on the verge of collapsing at any given moment, constantly, all day, every day. I do know that it has to do with an untreated stress I guess, disorder maybe that I absolutely have, but the anxiety, I guess, caused a lot of physiological symptoms, and even though I have largely improved from that, I feel even worse for wear from whatever that was than the constant fog that I've been in since I had COVID about a year and a half ago. Uh, I thought that the brain fog was bad enough, but then that new thing crept in and just sent me reeling. But I can definitely now tell almost instantly when my baseline I'm not feeling well happens. I like immediately I can go, oh, something's wrong. It's not one of those sorts of things where I'm like, maybe I just have a runny nose or something. It's no, there's something wrong. It feels like I have managed to work my way up to right on the precipice, right just inside the margin of I'm feeling well enough, which is concerning. Maybe I should add a little extra time to my exercise bike or something. I don't know. But I definitely am no longer sick, and that feels good. I don't mind having like a congested sinus or a stuffy nose or anything like that. That's just, a thing. The part that I hate is the fever. Man, that really just lays me out. I saw so many stories of people commenting on how amazing it is, or how amazing it was, that during the events of the plague, that they weren't getting sick in general, and it was like they were free from a lifetime of sickness burden, all because they're staying away from people who aren't feeling well. And they were just overflowing with commentary on how great it feels to not be sick. And what that tells me is that most situations that people put themselves in involve not having the opportunity to distance yourself from your coworkers and things. And that's just a recipe for getting sick. Oh, point in case, or case in point, blah. My wife brought home whatever this flu cold thing is that we just both got over because someone brought it to work. So it just makes me deeply concerned for the working conditions where you have to be that close to enough people to be at risk all the time of getting sick. I'm a bit of an introvert. I I don't uh, get out much. I don't uh, interact too closely with too many people. Never really have. As a result of that, I very infrequently would get sick. I thought that was a cow for a second, and I had lots of questions. Spider cow. Ooh. There's a mod that's just begging to happen. Spider cows. Turn every mob into a spider. Wouldn't that be just delightfully awful? Hello, Arson Gonzalez. That name is fire. Come on, there we go. Spider cow. Home warehouse. Is it this floor that's the books? No. Is it this floor that's the books? This is potions. Alright, now mending. Oh, I didn't fully alphabetize this. I broke it down into sections and alphabetized it that way. Mending. Mending. I have a single mending. You were in the hospital? Oh no! Were you trying to swing from a cow? Because cows don't swing from webs. Humorously enough, I did come up with a joke response to having a cow swing from a web, but it's more of a spelling kind of joke. You know how the word for cows is T-A-U-R, Taurus, for bovine stuff. You could have Tarzan, but it doesn't come through spoken joke as well as it would in writing. There's a lot of jokes that really only work in writing. Most of them pun related. Also, you are correct, sir. Cancer is terrible. Cancer is the real cancer of the world. You forgot to change your nick, huh? You could change it to Saint Nick. Make it red and green. A little bit of white. And yes, I added that huh to the white just because. I think I started doing that because of, what show was it? Oh! Family Guy. Stewie going, Will Wheaton. I don't know which one's going to come through. Let's see here. I should have all of my kits on cooldown. Yep, all of them are here. It's the whole gang. You moved. Here. I will do this. I'll go TPA here. Zap pick. That's weird. Watching one nameplate vanish behind another nameplate. Watch it. Look at that. If I did that, the outline of the nameplate vanishes. And also does funny things to the clouds. That's kind of cool. Zapic. So, do I welcome not Winkles or do I not welcome Winkles? Alright, let's get over here. And, oops. Oops. Let's do this. Make a nice little box. And go get emerald. Ah, it didn't explode. Then I do this. And I go like so. And let's see here. Where are they? They're not here anymore. Trade. Winter. You don't need to offer that. PV3 is appreciated, but honestly, 10,000 is such a trivial amount. Enjoy the Christmas gift. And it's even green, Emerald Kit. What's the cooldown on Emerald? Wow, I could get a mending book every 3 days. So wait a minute. Arson Gonzalez retracted their hello? Weird flex, but okay. Wait, I need to, before I start up here, I need to finish this layer. What am I doing? And I think, let's see here. Oh yeah, this is an important layer too. This is the one that gets all the torches. Oh, that's gonna be a lot of torches. Oh boy. All right. This is the busy layer. And it seems like there's no Cuddles tonight. Little Cuddles has not made the guest appearance. Cuddles is here. I have not seen a Cuddles message in the stream chat. Hello, Cuddles. Oh, okay. Have you taken anything for your headache? Maybe I could help. Do any of these songs have a soothing effect on your headache? I could maybe loop one for you. You said Ooga Blind video? It's not on the YouTube chat. That's weird. Or was it on Minecraft chat? Because if it was Minecraft chat, uh, I didn't see it. Oh, it has not shown up. Was it near the beginning? It was probably near the beginning. Streamlabs and YouTube have been misbehaving of late. Like, YouTube will say that I have begun a new stream, and all it does is it links to like the previous stream that ended the day or week before. And it'll happen at the weirdest times. Like I'll just be working on my computer and I'll look over and Discord will have a new notification for me, and it'll be uh, saying that at 4:38 in the morning I've begun a stream, and I'm looking at everything going, no, I haven't. I'm right here. I have not seen Miss Meowcat online. Now, granted, I have not been online as often as I used to, because I have been working on all of my other projects, but I also have not seen Miss Meowcat for quite some time. And actually, I don't even think I know where... Yeah, I don't have a home saved for them, so I don't even know where they live. I think they were living on someone else's property. Come to think of it. Who was that? It wasn't Murgash and Marifer. It was... Carrot? Maybe it was Carrot's property. Oh, that's nothing. That's just... I haven't really been making any homes to my homes list on this server. You should have seen what I had on Duck. Oh my god. I am a home hoarder. And a lot of these are... Well, let's see here. 16 of them lead to bastions that I need to disassemble. Maybe I'll do that for a stream sometime. Completely tear down a bastion or something. Get my gilded blackstone allotment. Alright. Now this is the solid line ring? Yes, solid line. Yeah, things are moving ahead pretty nicely for the setting up for the Skyrim series and also the data pack series. A lot of forward progress on that on both fronts, and hopefully I'll be able to just step into the new year with my streams. I'm thinking that I might expand my weekly streams to instead of being 4 days a week, Monday through Thursday, expand it to 5 days a week. Just take Friday and do a stream for that. That way I can do 2 Skyrim streams, 2 Refugee to Regent streams, and then at least 1 Performium stream for getting my build projects like this and Undercity and other things taken care of. Because honestly, I feel bad working on my projects and not streaming the work. Because if I'm going to be doing the work, I might as well be streaming it, I figure. I do a lot of streaming on my Discord, but that doesn't help my YouTube channel grow any. So I'm thinking that I might just go ahead and fill more of my time that I'm already using to do work on my projects with streaming those projects instead of just working in silence. Well, silence as far as broadcasting is concerned. When I'm not streaming, I get to, watch my YouTube channels that I like to watch and listen to the music that I like to listen to. I don't really get to do that while I'm streaming on here because, well, copyrights and all that kind of stuff. Like right now, if I were not streaming, I would be listening to my Merry Photogen Christmas playlist, which is a whole bunch of Christmas Carol-esque songs in the genre of Lovecraftian mythos and eldritch beings. Yeah, Cuddles, you need to tell me when you are, like on weekends, tell me when you are awake and doing stuff so that I can maybe help walk you through figuring out a way to get you set up with a means to watch YouTube without having to watch 29 ads in 14 minutes. Because that's beyond unnecessary. There's gotta be something we can do to figure that out. Pardon me, I'm going to open up my drink here. Nice, tasty, refreshing. Whew-ha! Flavorful, delicious balls. That's BAWLS. Hashtag not sponsored. I wish. I really do wish. I would love to be sponsored by this yummy variety of beverages. You have something for me. What is it that you have for me? And Cuddles, who are you watching that the ads are non-skippable? Like what channels do you watch that are so, I guess, greed-inducing? So that I know to avoid them. I will say this, Cuddles, one thing that Elmaze does is he copies the link to the video and then messages it to himself or posts it in Discord and then watches it in Discord. And I'm not talking about that watch together thing. I'm talking about just straight up posting it in Discord and watching it that way. As the play it inside Discord viewer thing. He finds that ads do not appear when he does that. So as last resort, you might try something like that. Find something you want to watch, copy the link, post it to Discord, either like DM it to me or someone else, or put it in a Discord channel that you can put stuff in, and then just watch it in the channel. Huh. Oh, I didn't see the, can I TP real quick? TPA Zapik. It is Angie Spiders. Is this a legitimate? Wait, no. No, they shouldn't be able to poison you. They come from spawners. Spawner spiders, or spider spawners don't poison. Oh, you might want to make this be a little bit wider of a gap, because the big spiders won't be able to come down. You might want to make it too wide for the big spiders to be able to walk off the edge and come down. Ah! Aw, that's nice! Here, let me try to get that whole thing on frame. And screenshot that. And screenshot that. And screenshot that. Uh-oh. Why, thank you ever so very much. Here, let me scoot back far enough to get all of this in one frame. Put it sort of in the middle of the screen. Scoot slightly that way. And, oh! Perfect timing to block the screenshot. Move! Move! Almost. You've almost moved. Come on. You can do it. Here, let me scoot you out of the way here. Let's try this again. Get it right there and screenshot. There we go. We have... Ah! I know roughly where I am. Yep, there's the sword. The sword portal. The sword toll. Sortal doesn't really flow that well. I'll have to come up with some other word. Anyway, slash back. Hello, Superboy. What's up? How goes things? Oh, oh, oh. Yes, thank you, Zapic, for the build of gold blocks. It was very lovely. My first 1,000 subscribers happened within very, very short order, all things considered, because of just the timing that I put my videos up, and the kind of videos that they were. But then I kind of stepped away from doing videos for a while, got well, honestly, got a little bit of a funk for a number of reasons. And then, since I have come back, I've gotten my last several hundred subscribers over the past, like, half year or whatever. I'm not... Let's just say that if I were going for subscriber base instead of trying to just make the stuff that I want to make, then I could probably have just pushed and pushed and pushed, and I would have been absolutely miserable. But I could have gotten to 2,000 subscribers in relatively short order. Hello, Vex. But I want my channel to be filled with the things that I want to be working on. It doesn't make any sense to be doing all of the stuff that isn't me just to try to get a new subscriber who is unlikely to watch anything in the future anyway. It's nice to have subscribers, but I'd rather have viewers. And I have a higher than normal viewer percentage when it comes to views per subscriber. That feels nice. And hello, the pug guy. Ow! Do it again, I dare you. I dared him. He did it. Good on him. And or her. Can't tell. The hip bone could go either way. I don't know if that's a him or a her. It's a them. What am I building? I am building a Menger sponge. It is a physical representation of a mathematics fractal, where you take a shape and you do something to that shape in smaller and smaller and smaller doses. So like, for instance, this would be a big square here. You take out the middle ninth of it and you're left with 8 smaller squares. Then you take out the middle ninth of those 8 smaller squares and you're left with 64 smaller squares. And then you take out the middle of that and you're left with 8 more of those, or 8 times more. Then you take out smaller of that, and so on and so forth. What I'm building is a tier 5 Menger sponge. It has 3.2 million blocks. Not billion, but million's still an awful lot, especially when you have to gather the resources manually. And even with being able to have the rank where I can fly on this server, building this thing is a literal monumental task. And why am I doing it? Because I love math. And also I enjoy specifically the fact that I can build square objects in Minecraft. And nothing says square object like a cube. And nothing says math cube like Menger sponge. Am I a dork? Yes. Am I unapologetic about it? Also yes. Oh. Oh. Corner's right here. Okay. So it's only 2 passes, or 2 segments. And also, hello, Kenzie. And also, hello, Scanlon family. Thank you both for subscribing. Welcome to the crew, fellow space travelers. Oh, let's get over here. Come on. There we go. This is one of many extraordinarily large projects that I fill my time with. And why have I chosen to do it out of chiseled deep slate specifically? Because chiseled deep slate is the one block in Minecraft 1.20 that I can relatively easily look at and go, well, it feels like this is a small Menger sponge because it feels like there's a hole all the way through all the sides. So I can pretend that this is one more layer on the Menger sponge. That's why I have chosen such an awful looking block to build 3.2 million of them. And I think it works. I mean, especially from over here, it feels like you're meant to have like a hole there. I know that the object is supposed to be... Oh yeah, this is 1.19. Yeah, thank you, Cuddles. This is meant to be the original Warden face. If you stretch your imagination, you can almost see it. But I'm looking more at it like it is a hollow cube that has had the middle section of it carved out just enough to resemble a teeny tiny single block sized Menger sponge. And let me tell you, I am so glad that I don't get a wild hair when I have access to micro blocks. Like if I'm running a mod pack that has micro blocks where you can do little teeny tiny things inside of a single Minecraft single cube location, I'm so glad that I don't go, I should build a Menger sponge, because I would be on that map for the rest of time. Oh, I'm out of random level 30 enchants. I am out of deep slate. I must go get more deep slate. Home warehouse. I guess I should probably offload some of these. I'll put this in here. Transport these over to shulker storage, which is this floor? This floor. This row is done. And this row. And then, uh-oh. Teleport to me. Whoa, what did I hit? I hit F11. Woo! TP, yes. I am PV1. Does that have my torches? It does not. PV regular torches. Is it in player? No, it's in my ender chest, isn't it? Yeah. Torches. Hey, look! It's the like and subscribe. The glow, like, and subscribe. I spent a good solid couple of months building this. This is called the everything. This is my warehouse that has every single block in the game. Each row houses about 100 items. I have a few empty slots because I tried to keep everything clumped together, like all the sand next to each other, all the red sand next to each other, and so there's some hollow spots on some of the rows, but it is about 50 per side, so 100 items per aisle. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 floors. And there are 3 aisles per floor, and it's all interconnected by this lattice work of stairs and ladders and walkways, and it's just everything in the game. If it exists, I have a spot for it. Even leather horse armor, which I totally remembered to put in on the first time. Cough, cough. Cough. All right. I'm just gonna do, I guess, 8 of these for now. And here we go. The stone cutter. One of the most wonderful things that they added to the game, so you don't have to go mine cobbled stone, make slabs, and then use the slabs to craft chiseled. You can just take the cobbled deep slate and turn it directly into chisel deep slate. Stonecutter is strictly here for the people who like to do builds. Because if you're only doing like a stack or something, ever, the stonecutter doesn't really save any time. But you can imagine how much longer this would take if I had to craft 3 different things just to get the chiseled deep slate. As it is, it's a little less than, I think, 2 minutes. No, it's a little less than a minute to do a full shulker of the chiseled, because it's 27 slots. And even if I go a whole 2 seconds per slot, that's still less than a minute. I have missed what's happened in chat. You have one... what? I'll look here in just a moment. That's all of those. What have I missed? You need a stone cutter. You have one. Interestingly enough, I also have one in my head. I could go / stone cutter and do this. But since I have a stone cutter right here in the floor, and since I have to come here to get the cobbled deep slate anyway, oops, it just makes sense to do this. Each shulker holds 1,728 of an item if the item stacks to 64 like these do. And if you take 27 of these full shulkers and fill a chest with them, you would need to have 69 nice chests full of completely full completely full shulkers in order to have enough blocks to build this Menger Sponge project. It is no small feat. Hey, Basil is on. There we go. And also, thank you for subbing. All of that on top of my head, yes. I have a lot of hair on the top of my head. It holds thoughts and helps me do math. I was blessed with my mom's side of the hair family. My dad's side, almost all the men and even some of the women were gray and or bald before they were through their 30s. My dad was starting to go bald in his mid-20s, and he was as white-haired as he is now before he turned 40. Except he was, bald. I have been blessed with a whole lot of not white hair. And I like to think that it insulates my thoughts. It definitely keeps my neck warm during the winter. And my ears. Is this monotonous? Yes. Does it need to get done? Also yes. Is it worth it? I hope so. Am I almost done with this circuit of 8 shulkers? Also yes. But in addition to doing projects like these big build projects, I also, on the same server, I am building all of Undercity and Lordaeron from World of Warcraft in full scale, also in survival. And that's not even the largest of my projects on here. But in addition to that, I also do other massive and unnecessarily complicated things on my channel, including different kinds of Minecraft challenges and mod packs and things like that for Skyrim and other video games. I like video games. Video games are fun. If you are competent enough at a video game, you can use it to tell stories, and as a writer, I like to tell stories. I would say that stories are the meat and potatoes of my builds on here, but no, the meat and potatoes are over in that aisle. Alright, almost done with this shulker. Then there's one more shulker to grab. Oops. I think it's just... yeah, I did that one. I have had a very full and busy year this year. I've had so many different things happen. Starting at the very beginning of the year with the realization that come this next January, so many gaming infrastructures are just going to no longer work on Windows 7. Steam won't work. A lot of the Minecraft modding launchers and stuff won't work. Just all kinds of stuff will break come January of next year, which is 2 weeks away. And a lot of people still don't realize it. And if I hadn't had it brought to my attention, I wouldn't have been able to make arrangements to get a Windows 10 computer built. So I'm grateful for being able to do that, but the shock that came with the realization that I had to do something kind of made this year turn real busy real fast. Let's see here. Back. There we go. Now I need to fill my inventory with these. Freshly grown. I'm used to zombies turning partway through their walking animation. I wasn't expecting him to just keep walking. Alright. This should last me a while. For sure it should last me until the end of this cube, which only has 1, 2.5 more layers. Yeah, if I did not upgrade, I would probably be just scrambling to figure out something else to do. Oh, and by the way, to answer your question, Kenzie, I didn't even see that that was a question. Is this a cracked server or launcher? This is the Performium server, mc.performium.net. It is just a regular public server. It's actually on the official Minecraft server list. And they have tons and tons of different things to do. Lots of SMPs, lots of mini games, Skyblock, a whole bunch of little communities. They have their own Discord. And as far as the launcher, this is just a vanilla launcher. I have launched it with Optifine so that I can zoom in. I like to zoom in. It's fun. But I also have Optifine because it makes things a lot better memory-wise. Let's see here. Oh, those shortcuts aren't... If I F3 and 2, yeah, it doesn't do that. So, what is it? It's Alt F3? No. Control F3. Shift F3. Control Shift Alt F3. There we go. Something happened. It doesn't bring up the TPS, but you can see all these lovely little stats that I've got. There's a bunch of things in here that are made available because of the fact that I'm running through Optifine. And Optifine also has all these other little options for video settings that you don't get with the vanilla setup. I hear a zombie. Yep. Come on. One more. There you go. All kinds of options for levels of detail and animations and stuff like that. Dynamic lighting, all that kind of stuff. So Optifine, among other things, helps you to be able to run Minecraft in a smoother environment. Now, ask me if Optifine is available yet on 1.20.2. I'll go ahead and answer. No, it's not. And unfortunately, I have decided to make my Refugee to Regent series with all of the almost 80 data packs installed be on 1.20.2. The problem, I think, is they are doing a ground up build for their Optifine, and that's what the delay is. But what it translates to is the more recent versions of Minecraft just don't get an Optifine. So there have been a lot of mods that people have made to replace the function of Optifine. And in order to replace the functions of Optifine, you've got to install, like, I don't know, about a dozen different mods. There's even one that you specifically have to download for 1.20.2 to be able to zoom in, like this. Oh, sorry. That was meant to be a single press. My finger slipped. Sorry for the strobing effect. But there's all kinds of other options and optimizations that Optifine does that these other mods have had to step up and fill the shoes for. And they seem to be doing it pretty nicely for all the testing that I've been doing, as well as a bunch of the other performance things. On my testing for the Refugee to Regent setup, I am now able to run comfortably at right about 20 ticks per second with loading 23 chunks away. Just no problem. If I do a whole bunch of map loading and new map exploration and revealing, I might have to exit to the menu and then reload the world. but largely I am staying at pretty much 20 ticks per second for my setup. I don't think I would have been able to do that at all with just Optifine. So, in a weird sort of way, Optifine not staying up to date has made it so that I can have a much smoother gaming experience for Minecraft. This right here, this is, if you look in the top left, it's Minecraft 1.19.4 with Optifine. But when I am doing my Refugated Region, it's 1.20.2. And honestly, I think it's better than Optifine was. And I think that that's another part of the reason why the people at Optifine are seeming to drag their feet. I'm sure they're still working on their stuff, but it seems like they're dragging their feet, and it's because now they're having to keep up with the rest of the modding community that has stepped in and gone, well, if we're not working on the entirety of Optifine, if we just focus on, optimizing lighting or optimizing entity rendering or having just a mod that dynamically updates mobs with AI and all that kind of stuff, they can much more quickly and much more easily focus on just their one task, and it creates a single mod that is far better than the blanket functionality that would have come from Optifine. So at this point, Optifine is needing to compensate for all of the other mods that do their job better, because you can just add a half dozen or a dozen mods to do what you need Optifine for. But also to retain their, I guess, their luster and add a little extra something that the other mods might have missed, all while trying to be as good or better than all of the other mods combined. And it's a tough shoe to fit to try to do all of that. It's hard to wear that many hats. And I think that's part of the reason why Optifine hasn't put out a lot of more recent updates at the same pace that the game is being updated. Because they're realizing, hey, we have competition now, and if we want to look good, we've got to do something different. But because they are doing that, I have managed to find all these other mods, and now my Minecraft runs even better than when I was just running Optifine. I'm actually kind of glad. Oops. I also rediscovered one of the mods. I figured since I'm going to be doing mods anyway, like performance mods and stuff, I might as well see what other kinds of immersion mods that I could include to help the experience be more fun if I'm going to be in the world for hours and hours at a time. And so I found a number of the ambient and environmental sound mods that I had been using on previous versions, and now I have some of them. I don't have them on this 1.19, obviously, but I do have them on 1.20, and they add a lot to the game. The lapping of water when you're near the shores of an ocean, seagulls, crows, and other wild birds when you're in different kinds of woodsy or foresty biomes. When you're in the forest at night, you get to hear owls and crickets and loons. It adds life to the game without actually adding mobs. It just adds, you know, ambient sound. And I love it. On that subject, I've also added a similar thing to Skyrim. Alright. Next layer. Oh, wait. Torches. Now let me think about this. The next layer up is going to be exactly the same layout, so I only need to do the double torches. I don't need to quadruple. That's nice. 2 torches per shaft. That's a lot easier. Hello. Oh boy. Melon. Your name is Melon. Oh, it went down here. I knew I heard it place. How are things in your world? How is your December? Oh no! It's the end of the world! 20 seconds. Ten seconds. All right. Now, I have been streaming for a couple hours now, and I've been on the server for a little bit longer than that. Are you gonna give me one experience? Just one. One single experience. Used to be that you would be able to get experience up to like 7,200 if you were on all day. And then if you were on for more than 5 hours, you got a gem. But now it doesn't seem to give you any playtime experience unless you are on for 5 hours. They must have changed something. Let's see here. I'm on hub 3. Let's go to hub 1 and see. Yeah, just one experience. That is redonkulous. Alright, I'm going to take advantage of this little reprieve to go refill my cup. I'll be right back. I have an observer. I am back. All right. So, life pro tip. If you have cats that you uh, want to keep from being overly rambunctious, and you have the ability to keep large portions of your house cooler and only have like a little space heater in one room, what'll happen is your cats will not go leaping and bounding down the hallway, knocking stuff off of the walls and everything else. They'll instead spend almost all of their time laying right next to the space heater. My cats have not moved other than to lift their head and see if I'm going to head near their bowls for hours. It's great. Anyway, P, weather clear. The recipe for stone cutter is an iron ingot on top, and I don't have it revealed in here. Okay, an iron ingot. Oh, wait, hold on. /craft. Stone cutter. It is an iron ingot on top, and then 3 stone in a row. Not smooth stone, just regular stone. That is how to make a stone cutter. Or if you were to ask Carl Sagan, if you want to craft a stone cutter, you must first create the universe. I haven't gone back and listened to the Symphony of Science channel in a long time. I don't even know if they have new stuff out. They kind of stopped putting out new stuff at around the same time that oh, I feel bad. What's his face? Oh, I have to look it up. Hold on. It's Neil. Right, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Right around the time when Neil deGrasse Tyson started falling out of favor is about the same time that Symphony of Science stopped being, I guess, big. And one wonders if the two have something to do with each other, but, or at least one with another. But I used to love to just bring up their whole channel and play it as a playlist, because they had neat stuff. Symphony of Science is neat. Oh, I got my drink and I forgot to consume it. Ah, delicious. Maybe even nutritious. That was a neat optical effect. I am so high up here that the 4-chunk vertical render distance makes it so that it doesn't look like there's as much to this build as there actually is. Oops. No, don't throw my pick. What was that? So I'm thinking tomorrow for my stream, I'm going to be doing some more Skyrim stuff. I have confirmed that the delayed start is working for the couple of mods that I was wanting to. Ooh, there goes my mouse. That I was wanting to do the testing toward. I confirmed that over the weekend. But there are a few other things that I want to look at, and I want to make sure that I know when I can do what things in the sequence of events, so that I don't get temporarily stuck in an inconvenient situation. I also will need to know what other zones forbid bringing along Lucian. Like, I have a feeling that in Project AHO, when I get enslaved by the Dunmer, I have a sneaking suspicion that I won't be able to have Lucian with me. So if that's the case, and knowing that the main enemy of that that mod is a mechanical, I'm gonna have to be set up to fight the I guess Centurion. Is it the Centurion? It's been so long I can't remember which kind of Dwemer automaton it is. But it's a large version of some kind of Dwemer automaton. That's all I remember. And I'm not really all that well geared by myself for dealing with mechanical things, because I've been leaning heavy into the restoration. And if I'm going to be getting into that, I'm going to have to know whether or not I can hold my own. Ouch. What is that? Thank you for asking, Raiden877. I am building a Menger sponge. It is a giant testament to the nerdiness of math. This is a cube made of cubes, made of cubes, made of cubes, with hollow spaces all throughout. They follow a mathematical formula because I am a dork. And one side of it looks generally like this. Only it's in 3 dimensions, and so there's a lot more going on. Also, when I'm done with this layer, I like to think that it's a computer heatsink for a microprocessor. If you've ever seen the guts of a computer, the heatsink has all these little fins that come up from a square plate so that they can more easily radiate heat. And it basically looks like this, just by happy accident. Oh, right. PV2. First off, put you in there, and this. Grab this. Get another inventory full. And back to building. Oh, on the subject of Skyrim, when I do actually start the series, I'm going to be for both of the characters that I'm going to be working on starting next year. During the streams and the videos, I'm going to be following the cab fare rules. What I mean by that is I have set up a number of donation things, like people who do Twitch and YouTube streams like to, hello Cuddles, like to have little donations so you can like troll them or help them out or whatever. I'm doing something like that with my Skyrim, only it's not as boisterous as me putting on wigs or dental retainers or whatever. I am going to have it set up so that from default, I do not get to fast travel. I do not get to use carriages or boats. I do not get, except in the extreme circumstances where you need to transport between zones. I'm just considering that as necessary. Like going to Solstheim, you have to get on the boat. But other than that, I am making it so that I have to be on foot all the time, unless some kind viewer pays the cab fare. And there are different tiers. One of them, I can actually use my horse. The next one up, I can use carriages. Next one up, if I am in the College of Winterhold at that point, I can, in extreme circumstances, fast travel specifically to the College of Winterhold. And then at the highest tier, I can just turn fast travel back on. But then there's also the highest tier, which is the troll, and that resets everything back down to not just walking, but I have to slow walk everywhere. That way, it gives people a little opportunity to interact, and they can make it easier or harder on me as they see fit. But I don't do face cam. I don't do all the rambunctious clownish things that a lot of other streamers do. I can't step into those shoes. I've tried. It doesn't work for me. So I tried to come up with, something. But in order to make it more fun for the majority of the time, which I will be on foot for, I have added a whole lot of random world encounters. I have made the world more beautiful to look at. The sky, the weather, everything else. I have tried to make the Skyrim more accessible to watch and more interesting to look at for during those streams and activities. So even though I'm going to be spending a lot of time just wandering around, oh, and I only play in first person. I don't do the whole, oh, I just tried to scroll back. I don't do this view when I play in Skyrim, mostly because I want to know where my arrow is going if I'm shooting my arrow, but also it feels more immersive if I'm in first person. But I want to make it so that people watching have prettier things to look at. Now, what do you mean by Japan goes crazy? I know that they have some, let's say, interesting shows over there. Oh, make me have to go in third person? Ew. Oh god, that would be awful. Heck, I could even set that up as a troll for the Refugee to Regent streams. Make me have to be in for third person? Imagine having to play Minecraft like this. I mean, I don't... Even this right here is doing funny things to my brain that I don't like. Oh, God. No, no. No! Oh my god. This right here would drive me bonko. Oh god. Imagine having to play Minecraft in third person. Like, if this was the only option. Oh. Oh, this would be torture. This would be bad. Maybe I should set that up. Just the thought of it makes my skin crawl, though. I have to go back. I have to go back. That's just... Nope. No thanks. No thanks. Add that to the idea for my own wheel of troll. Oh. Nice and calm in chat. Yes, very nice and calm. That's because there's only a handful of people. Hey, War Mag is on. Yeah. On the subject of computer heat sinks, I used to run a computer repair place. I would build computers from scratch or repair people's computers. And what they don't tell you about that kind of a job is they don't warn you about the smell. Like you expect if you're going to be working in a car mechanic shop, that there's going to be, you know, the smells of engine fluids, oils, transmission fluid, coolant, brake fluid, that sort of thing. There's going to be the whole greasy car smell, the smell of gas, hopefully not too much of the smell of gas. But if you're working in the computer shop, there's also smells. All that dust, all that dead skin that comes off of you and drifts through the air is an ionized particle. And it wants to cling to the opposite charge ion. And that opposite charge ion is almost always going to be easily found in a running computer. And running computers are some of the most well-ventilated things there are. They have to be to blow the heat away. But in order to blow the heat away, the air has to come from somewhere. So it gets drawn in from another side. And in with that fresh air, no matter whether you have a good filter or not, in with that fresh air comes all the dust. And then that dust starts caking onto the parts of the computer. Hello, and thank you, Thomas Vincent. Did you know your initials are a TV? The dust that gets caked on, for one thing, it's usually brownish gray. And for another thing, it's dead skin. And often it comes with its own little collection of oils and grease and stuff. But then when it cakes on in enough volume onto like your case fans or your processor or whatever, and they heat up, like your video card heats up enough, that caked on dust has an odor. It is something you do not want to be around all the time. Because not only is it dead skin, and so therefore it's body odor, but also usually it's starting to broil. And so you've got baked on funk on a component that you're going to have to touch, and you're going to smell like it for a while. The shop is going to smell like it for a while when you have to blow these things out. That's why I always blew out the computers out the back door of the shop so that all the dust would go, you know, away. But the other smell that you get, and this is circling back to this, is if you do a lot of computer builds, you will eventually become familiar with this substance. It is a white silicon kind of substance that's used to have a better conducting surface between the processor and the heatsink. And this thermal paste has its own aroma that you have to deal with. But then there is the final scent to top off this panoply of many things. And that is very frequently the people who come in to have their computers built or repaired or whatever are often not in the best of hygiene themselves. You can usually tell a person's hygiene by how grimy their computer is. You can definitely tell when they're a smoker. Oh man, those computers will make any shop stink. But if you have the trifecta of having to put in a new processor on a computer that you've had to blow the junk out of for someone who is a poorly maintained corpus, your nose is assaulted by this ensemble of sniffs that you will never, ever forget. Locker room at a gym has nothing on the back workshop at a computer store. Why I'm saying this, all of this, is because every time I look down and my brain goes, that reminds me of a heat sink from a processor. Because scent is the one sense that is most closely associated with memory, every time I see these views, my brain goes, hey, remember that smell? It's this one right here. And then it dredges up and tries to reassemble as best it can the nightmare that is working in the computer repair shop. And I just thought I would share all of that knowledge and wisdom with you. Because if you ever do decide, you know, computers, those are pretty big. Maybe I could get into fixing computers. Maybe I could work on the Geek Squad. Let me tell you, between your coworkers, your customers, and the things you're working on, you need to be prepared for a cold, hard truth. And that is, humans stink. Walking in, yeah, I need this check. Obviously, smoker. Oh, yeah. That's another thing. Cigarette smoke is also a nice, just right in that range of charged particle stuff that wants to cling to electronics. Well, it wants to cling to everything. If you've been to a smoker's house that has never changed their wallpaper their whole life, you know what that yellow tar looks like. And that smell also is a thing. But I'm not sure if I would say that smoker smell is worse than computer funk. I might be in team computer funk when it comes to which one is the worst smell. And actually saying that feels kind of surprising to me. But I really honestly, I think that I would rather smell a smoker's house than a computer shop. Huh. That's a weird realization about myself. Don't know what to do with that information. It sounded like a car engine starting. Oh. Oh. A hack lung. I had one customer who came in awfully lot. An awful lot. And it was just an old woman who didn't really know a whole lot about computers, but did want to kind of keep up with the times a little bit. And she didn't use it for gaming or anything like that, so I didn't have to worry about hooking her up with the best gaming rigs and all that kind of stuff. But she did want to be able to stay on top of the newer infrastructures for the internet and all that kind of stuff, because over time you go from one version of HTML to the next and the next, and you need bigger and better computers to be able to work with the infrastructure. And so that's what she was trying to do. And let's see here, home, warehouse. You need spruce, huh? Here we go. Trade, trade, zip. Yep, that is enough. Boom. The thing about this old lady is, I guess she had some sort of throat surgery or something, or she didn't have, like, she wasn't breathing through a tube or anything, but she had this sound that she was always making. It was meh, 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 even during a conversation. And I don't know, maybe she was unaware of it herself. I felt too rude to ask, but the whole time she was in the shop, you just knew she was there, because everywhere you would hear meh, 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 meh. And it was so hard to take phone calls without just losing my mind. It was not a Tourette's thing. It wasn't. I did ask eventually, and it was some sort of result of a throat condition that she either had surgery for or needed surgery for or something, but it was just this constant tribbling of sound the whole time she was there. But I couldn't say, look, listen, just drop your computer off, tell me what you need, and I'll get to work. I couldn't be that mean, because she was nice. She was a nice lady, and she came in all the time. Like, every 2 or 3 months, she'd come in and want, like, a newer this, an upgraded that, scan this. Here, I may have gone to a bad site. This is starting to behave funny. And so she was coming in all the time. Even when I gave her a discount for being a regular, she was still one of the bread and butters I could almost rely on once a season going, I'm gonna eat well because of her. I'm going out for Mexican tonight. Or something. But it was interesting. It sounded like she was constantly trying to clear her throat and nose at the same time. It was a but it was also, she started with her lips closed in a m sound, so the came through her nose. So it's meh, 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 meh. And she had to be like 80 years old. And it's not like I'm going to say, hey, listen, lady, you're annoying. Please leave. Because, amazingly enough, money tends to buy off annoying pretty well. But I did find it hard to concentrate when she was in the shop. So I did try to shuffle her out as quick as I could. But that was a weird experience. When you work in different kinds of retail and also repair, you meet characters. All kinds of characters. Some of them you can lump together in a group and give them a name. Some of them, though, defy classification and are a league of their own, and it made working there and the other places that I've worked interesting experiences. I will say this, when I was working at the computer shop, because I spent most of my time as the only person in the store, and I was just bouncing back and forth between repair stations all day. When I would get to work, I would find on YouTube a 10-hour video that I had not listened to yet, or one that I hadn't listened to in a while, and I would just start playing it at the beginning of my day. And so for 10 hours, Diggy Diggy Hole, or Trollolol, or Nyan Cat, or whatever, the customers would only come in and hear it for about 5 or 10 minutes and probably think, oh, that's a weird song, and leave. But what they would not know is it had already been playing for 4 hours before they got there. And it would be playing for another 6 hours after they left. I found ways of entertaining myself. It was during my time at the computer shop also that I transitioned from playing Diablo 2 all the time to playing Minecraft. I had played Minecraft previously, and I had Minecraft. I had been playing since InfDev, off and on. But it wasn't until I was at the computer shop that I actually decided, you know what? Let's take a good, long attempt at this Minecraft thing and see if I enjoy it. And I have definitely switched games from Diablo 2 to Minecraft. No doubt about it. Oh, do we have a fun customer story? We have a fun customer story. Just remember, don't give away too many personal details when you're telling the fun customer stories. Leave it generally vague, just enough for the story. I'm thirsty. Also, I haven't had sushi in a very long time. I've had opportunities for sushi, but every time I go to a place that has sushi, I fill up on everything else first, and then when it comes to, like, I work my way around, and the sushi bar is almost always the last part, and so by the time I get to the sushi bar, I'm already full. I like some good sushi, but I don't give myself the opportunity for it often enough. Sushi and sashimi, good foods. Blonde, short hair, and had the Starbucks drink. Oh boy. Well, not all short hair is bad. Sometimes it's just short hair. It's when it's the bob that you have to go, I'm preemptively getting the manager. Thankfully, I was the manager. I'd like to talk to your manager. You are. Get out. I will say that being able to put a Kyle or a Karen in their place, or Kevin or whatever, however you want to call the male version of a Karen, being able to put them in their place and call them out on their nonsense and then make them leave, oh, it feels so good. Macaroni and chicken tenders. Okay. A nice sensible order. I'm waiting for something like... Now I need the chicken tenders and the macaroni to both be gluten-free. And are these vegan, organically sourced? Yes, ma'am, these are vegan chicken tenders. I'm not centered. I'm drifting off to the side. There we go. Oh, by the way, Vex, to answer your question about how far I am in the build that I'm doing. I don't know precisely, but I am for sure more than 1/5 of the way done. If you were to divide this into 20 segments of what are called tier 4 Menger sponges, because it takes 20 tier 4s to make a tier 5. And I'm building a tier 5. I am right now putting the last layer of the 4th full tier 4 Menger sponge. However, there is also a whole lot of other building that has gone on around the rest of the plot. So I can't really quantify how much. That might even amount to an entire, even more than another tier 4, in which case I'm more than a quarter of the way done. Which, saying that for this project feels weird, but I don't know exactly how to answer that other than saying probably between a quarter and a fifth of the way done. Or I should say a fifth and a quarter to be right. Let's see here. That's not how much macaroni it is. Or macaroni is. And you shot back with I know. I charged you for macaroni and chicken tenders, right? Right? Insert. They realized what they did wrong, right? Meme. Or what's even better. Oh, no, you're right, ma'am. You're absolutely right. I forgot to add tax. While you are typing up the rest of your story, I will also tell an additional story. When it comes to any of the shop, or when it came to any of the shops that I was running, the computer shop, the book shop, the game shop, all of them, whatever the price was on the shelf, that's what you paid. If it was $5, it was $5. The taxes were included in those $5. And all we did was just reverse engineer how much of the price the tax was and pay it that way. So if you came in with $17 and you wanted to get $17 worth of stuff, you just went to the shelf and got $17 worth of stuff, not $15.50 and hope tax kept you below 17. It was $17 is $17, and that was it. And that threw so many people for a loop. It was wild. One of my regulars at the bookshop. I found out when their birthday was. And I also knew that they enjoyed Doctor Who. And from time to time we would get in some of the old Doctor Who paperbacks. And I had a number of them. And they were just taking space on the shelf. As most bookstores do, the merchandise just kind of sits there for a long time until just the right people show up to buy just the right amount of stuff. So I decided to have a little fun. Let's see here. And if you add that together, it's $10.99. Maybe they were saying they wanted the chicken tenders meal and then sides of macaroni. Maybe it was priced different if it went that way. Anyway, I'll let you keep telling. I'll stop guessing. But I took a small stack of the Doctor Who books and bundled them together in a paper wrap. And I put the paper wrap in a gift bag. And then I put that gift bag in a larger gift bag, and I put that gift bag in a larger gift bag. Then I put that gift bag in a box and packed it in, sealed it up, taped it up, and put that box in a larger box. And I did this until the largest size box. It was a dryer, like a washing machine and dryer. It was the box that a dryer came in. And taped it all up, put way more wrapping paper on it than it deserved. Just to make it even thicker. And there it sat for a while. And then their birthday came around. And they had mentioned that the head boy had a great birthday. They treated themselves to like a shake or something like that. And I said, you know, that's for you over there. And it took them a second to register that I was talking about the great big giant wrapped gift. And they walked over to it, turned it around. Lo and behold, the tag had their name on it. And it had this whole time. They never knew. And price of the macaroni, but she ordered chicken. Season right. Okay, all right. Because she didn't want to pay full price. Okay. So anyway, he's understandably pretty shocked by the size of the gift. And he said, "What is it?" I said, "That's not how presents work." And at this point, there were a few other people in the store, a few other regulars, because it wasn't just a bookstore. It was also, you know, just a hangout. People would come and do homework or read or play games or whatever. So there were a number of people in there who also were just now entirely curious. And we all got to watch him start to tear into the gift. And he did, layer by layer. And he found a box within a box within a box. And it kept going down Inception style. And as he gets further in, he starts getting more frustrated and going redder in the face. Because this is starting to become an issue. Because he's surrounded by a mountain of trash. And he still hasn't found the gift, and he's beginning to believe that it's just a hoax and all that kind of stuff. And so I'm convincing him to keep going all the way through, and it gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and the gift bag within the gift bag within the gift bag, and he finally gets down to the pile of rectangular wrapped objects, and he opens it up, and all that red in his face, all that upsetty, just vanishes, melts away. And he says, "Oh, I was wanting to get some of these." But the nested gift, as long as you have the time and materials to do it, loads of entertainment, loads of frustration, but loads and loads of entertainment. size of a fridge. Nice! It's a great gag. It really is. And it pays off. It's such a nice effect. The pile of trash. The joy when they finally get to the center of this Tootsie Pop and find that they like the Tootsie Roll. Oh. And I had to do the cleanup anyway. It was my mess. And for me, it was basically just, oh, good, I get my packing material back. Uh-oh. Zach says, let me take care of it. Oh, boy. No, it's TPS, not TPAS. I keep forgetting that you can fly. Ah! You sure a pop? Oh no. Okay, come on. Place the blocks. Oh, please tell me this Zach person got their information and sued. Anytime an interaction with a person that person feels like the only recourse they have is to touch the other person, they're doing something wrong. Unless it is their job to touch another person. Yeah, no kidding. Good for Zach. I mean, you probably also should have gotten raised for having to deal with them, but I guess you need to get hit by someone to get a raise. Weird business model. I had a Kevin. I'll say it was a Kevin. Because Kyle will punch the walls after they drink their Monster Energy drink, but Kevin is the one that's entitled, and that feels like a male version of Karen. I had this one guy who came into the computer shop, and I'm busy working, and they just want to talk. They know negative amounts of information about computers. They cause people to lose memory when they open their mouth. That's how dense they were when it comes to the subject of technology. They might as well have believed that the wall was full of fairies. So they're trying to talk to me, and they're there for a long time. I'm busy working. I have actual customers that I have to deal with. I have products that I have to repair, and sure. I think I'm still in a party. That is not how to spell it. I typed it right. Oh. So that means parties vanish after some time? Oh, of course not. They made it so that players can't use help commands and things like that. Just a second. Let me come over here. Oh, hello Understar on the Discord as well. Let me go. Over there. Okay, cool. So anyway, the same day that this guy is in, one of my regulars, who I earned by demonstrating that I was competent at my work, that I could do what needed to be done, and that I was able to work with all the stuff that they were bringing in. Turns out that this other guy, this regular, ran the computer department for the local community college. And so on this day, they are bringing in carload after carload after carload of pre-agreed upon computers to get upgraded and repaired and everything else in preparation for their network restructure and their systems upgrade and all that kind of stuff. That part, the systems upgrade, unimportant to the story. What is important is that this Kevin person is getting redder in the face and redder in the face and more upset and more sweaty and more agitated as time goes on while I'm working and while he's trying to talk to me and give his best guesses at how technology works, which is I am offended to think that I went to the same school system and country that they did. But eventually it reaches a tipping point and he just yells at the other guy when he's finished bringing in the next load of computers to get added to the work queue, and complains, "I was here first. Wait your own turn in line." Yada, yada, yada. So I recognize finally what's going on after he's already started barking at this other guy. And I say, "I'll take care of this." And I step around the counter and step right up to him, and turns out he's a little shorter than me, which makes it even funnier. Because I'm not 6 feet, but I'm also not short. I'm like 5'10" and a quarter, something like that. It's 2 inches away from 6 feet, so I'm right at that margin of being, quote, tall. And so I walk up to him and I say, this store is for customers. A customer is someone who buys things or gets work done on their computers, and you are neither of those things. And he is. As a matter of fact, when you say that you were here before him, no, not even today. You came in after his second or third load and started talking my ear off about nothing at all. You're not even asking questions. You're just talking at me. Not even to me, just at me. Because if you were talking to me, you'd give me an opportunity to talk back. And every time he tried to get a word in, I would continue speaking firmly and loudly. And then he tried to talk again, and I said, "Listen, if you're going to interrupt me, I will start from the beginning." And then he goes on this tirade of, "Well, I work at the fire department, and I'm going to tell every one of them." I said, "Listen, buddy, I don't give two hoots. You're not a customer. You are yelling at my customers. And you are leaving. You can't do..." I said, "You are leaving. Get out." What I did not know at the same time was that I was too shops down, but 3 store units down from a very popular chicken shop that was in the same plaza. It was my computer shop, a paper, like a printer place, and then a chicken shop. And down at the chicken shop, it attracted a lot of law enforcement and other officials, and they just had good food. And apparently this person was known to be a problem. And after the voices started getting raised, the officer that was at the chicken shop came down and just observed as I was calmly but firmly telling this goober to leave my store. All the while he's threatening, "Oh, you're not getting my I don't have your business. You're not getting the business of the people at the fire department. They're lost. Police and fire and emergency people get a discount here. So if you're speaking for them," he's not. Came the voice from outside the shop, and it was the officer. And as soon as this red-faced Kevin turns around and sees the officer, man, he turns into a shrinking violet. I have never seen someone change shape so fast. Usually, the Kevins and the Karens don't even care if they have weaponry pointed at them. They will still misbehave. But this guy, boy, he recoiled so fast. I never saw him again. But it does feel good to be able to be the person to stand up and say, "Hey, look, you're being a jerk. Leave my store." Doesn't always work, but it does feel good to be the person to say that. To have the freedom to be able to call someone out on their nonsense. Oh, by the way, I am now finished with the complete build of that tier 4 Menger sponge over there. Here, let's go look at it. This right here is a tier 4 Menger sponge. It is made up of tier 3 Menger sponges. This one right here is a tier 3. And this is a tier 2. And this is a tier 1. And technically that's a tier 0. So now that I've finished with this tier 4 Menger sponge, I'm beginning work on the next tier 4 Menger sponge. Figured I would acknowledge the completion of that. Originally, before they decided to come up with the Candy server, which this server is called Wild SMP. It is the 1.19. They also have a Candy SMP, which is 1.20. And there's actually a lot less going on the Candy server than there is on the Wild. It's just because it's the new shiny one, everyone migrated there. And so this is a tiny population server, which is just fine by me. Basically, for this build, what I was originally doing was I was going to turn it into a sort of amusement park with walkways between the different holes. You could climb ladders and go across on glass walkways, and it was all going to be nice and enclosed. And there's going to be a maze, there's going to be an obstacle course, there's going to be an elytra course, and then under the ground there was going to be sort of a museum or an extension of the amusement park or something. But when they opened Candy, basically everyone migrated over there, and so I lost the emotional incentive to turn this into an amusement park. I'm still building the Menger Sponge, no matter what, but I am not going to be investing extra time in making this available to the public, other than just, you know, people who want to visit and look around. I am making it 100% safe by putting torches everywhere, but other than that, I'm just building the Menger Sponge. I will be stopping at the sponge and not doing the amusement park because no one really spends a lot of time on here to justify me making this massive object for adventure, especially if no one's going to be doing the adventures. So why did you lose your helmet? Why/how? I also have no helmet. Unless you count the space helmet. Ouch. Oops. What is my pickaxe named? Oh, this is the coring drill. Cuddles has company, and I have Misery. I was curious about that because they're talking about what weapons they use. I don't PvP. I instead just stand there and wear my things that have thorns and let people just die to themselves. One of the owners decided to punch Cuddles one day during one of their streams and just one punched themselves to oblivion. It was hilarious. Because Cuddles also wears thorns. Because Cuddles also does not do PvP. Honestly, wearing thorns is a boon if you are doing a lot of building, because or a lot of building and a lot of digging, because you get bothered by mobs all the time, and letting them bounce off of your thorns so that you can keep working is so much better than having to stop every few seconds to deal with tons of bad guys. Good night, Cuddles. And also good night if you're getting off of the stream as well, if you're laying down. Thanks for hanging out. I will probably, let's see here, it's not even 11 o'clock. I will probably be working on this for another maybe hour and a half-ish. I guess I maybe started my stream earlier than normal? I don't know. So I can just barely see this first part. The first two layers on this side of that tier 4 mega cube when I am over here. Okay. Which means it is invisible from here. I have to get to right here before it becomes visible. Wow. I wish there was a way to reasonably, without lots of mods or anything, to force more of the world to render at once. Even if it's just client side, like it just remembers the render. Because I'd like to see all of this in one go. And not be limited to the 4 chunks that the server has as the extent of what you can see. You are lagging. You are in Australia? Or, no, well, I mean, you're in the other side of the world time zone. I believe Lithuania is in Australia, and I believe Stone Tootsie is in Australia. You can usually tell when people are on the other side of the world because they max out at usually about 4 out of 5 bars. You can see Lithuania has 4, Stone Tootsie has 4, and Zapik just went back up to 5. How did I know? Because 4 bars. Bye! I'm not going after that one. If this was a lot shorter, I might, but... Oh, well, no. I mean... This is... the smaller height. This person has not been on for a very long time. This person, however, is a jerk or someone who is excessively forgetful. Because months ago, I had a conversation with them during which they agreed to hand this over to me so that I could have the walkway, because it's exactly 27 wide. And this is, from here to here is 27. I could make a tier 3 Minger Sponge right here and make it part of the walkway that leads back here, and just have a nice lovely area right all the way up to the road. And they logged on just long enough to not let their claim expire. They aren't doing anything with it. No one has bought a single thing from their shop. And so then the next 60 days went by. They logged in just long enough, 21 days ago, to prevent their thing from unclaiming. Even after our conversation. If I had my way, I would have some sort of street access somewhere. But that is not possible. All these people have been off for half a year or more. And this gets this one. So it is. Oh, ow. Bunked my arm into the wall. That felt great. Ow. It is a week until Christmas. I will almost certainly just be streaming. I don't know what I'll be streaming. Maybe I'll try to do something Christmas themed. We'll see. I doubt it though. But I'm curious if any of you guys have plans of your own for Christmas. I also scream when I return. So, yep, it's this now. That's a good point. I haven't healed in a while. I know you were talking to your PvP friend. A leaking pressure valve for a fryer? Is that the kind of valve you're talking about? That's not good. That's, like, pretty bad. Depending on the fryer setup you have. You can only paint when you're not open. Yeah, that makes sense. That's another thing. You work in retail or customer service or anything like that, you get opposite of time off for Christmas. Oh, drain valve. Ah, okay, well that's not as bad. Oops. Oh, on the subject of food and stored food, I was thinking of adding a mod or a data pack that I found for the Refugee to Regent series um, that adds spoiling food mechanics. Then I realized how just utterly terrible that would be. Trying to keep on top of everything. Especially as I get further along in the challenge, I'm going to have so many hundreds or thousands of containers that have food in them that spoiled food is going to be a huge problem. if I can't stay on top of it. So I had to scrub that idea. But it was, on smaller scale, it could have been fun. But in the quantities that I'm going to have to be messing with stuff, it's not going to work. Oh, that's what I was going to look up. It is going to get down to current temperature. It is going to get down to 17 tonight. Okay. Which honestly, that's as cold as it's going to be getting for a while. Everything else is going to be above freezing for the next week. Alright, cool. This is the coldest it'll get tonight. Nice. Weather-wise, I have been having a lot of rotten luck. When I was sick, it was the only time when the weather was good enough to be able to do the next phase of my yard work. And then, while not sick, it has rained consistently enough that all the leaves that ought to be shredded from my yard are gooey. And so I can't mow if the leaves are gooey. Well, I can't mulch if the leaves are gooey. So I have been waiting for sort of this ideal circumstance of dry weather. It doesn't even have to be warm. I can do my yard work in a sweater if I need to. But it needs to be dry weather and me not sick. Also, it needs to be on a day when I'm, not otherwise working. Like, I can't, because of the algorithm, I can't just skip a stream if I miss a Tuesday. The algorithm will punish me. So I had to do, at the very least, my Monday through Thursday. So that means my weekends are really the only times that I have had to be able to think about it. And every single weekend it has rained. And I know that I'm still partly on the recovery end of whatever the flu thing was. Which, by the way, lasted a month. I can tell I'm not 100% recovered yet because I can't get enough rest to get up early and do the yard work and then take a nap. I am not able to get enough rest right now. I passed it up. Oops. This is acacia right here. Flowering azalea leaves. Yes. Let's see here. I think I can spare some of this. Here, have some flowering azalea. Oh. Yeah, you're having a little bit of a lag. Takes a while to throw it from here in the States all the way over there to upside down land. Regular azalea? I do indeed. There you go. Can't spare a lot of those two right now, but I do have some. I can happily throw some at you. Enjoy. Build beautiful things. Or else. Here, you want to hit me? Yes, I know. Okay, good. Okay. So yeah, tomorrow I'm going to be probably streaming the Skyrim stuff. Do some more testing on that. I want to make sure everything is in order for me to be able to just start the beginning of the year with the two series. I will spend some time with one, and then once I get it going, I will start the second one. That way it doesn't seem like I'm doing all the same content back to back for both characters. I am going to be doing the two. I am going to be doing the two characters differently. I can mouth. And there will be obviously some overlap. That is unavoidable because of, you know, it's Skyrim. I'm playing Skyrim. I'm going to be stuck within the infrastructure that is Skyrim. But the way I'm going to be managing the two characters is hopefully going to be different enough to make the to mix things up, to make it interesting and novel enough between the two different character arcs to make it seem like two different series. And one of the things I'm planning on doing with at least one of them, maybe both, is I'll do a lot of content on streams And then after, say, a month of streams, I will have a video recorded where I am going over my journal entries and recounting by revisiting and playing clips and things of some of the highlights of what had happened over that month. And that cup is empty. I'll be right back. I'm thirsty. Okay, I'm back. And my cat just looked at me when I went, or cats just looked at me when I went through the living room like, hey, do you know it's warm over here? It's pretty warm over here. I'm gonna stay where I am. It's nice that psychological warfare works on cats. Better go find some leaves. I gave you some leaves. Like 3 stacks of leaves. It's so funny watching that just pop into existence. I love it. And that really is just a single Menger square. It's like a square version of Pascal's triangle. Except this is not as useful for polynomial equations. Making a pretty big gazebo, huh? Is your gazebo going to be on a grassy knoll? Honestly, I'm glad that I decided to do one entire tier 4 and then the next, instead of trying to do them both in one go. Because it actually has that sense of progression. Like I am for sure making headway on my project. I can actually point at it and look and go, hey, that one's done. And so are the three underneath me. Because that's also down here. This is also a tier 4. What really made me decide to do this Menger sponge is the realization that I could fit the entirety of a tier 4 Menger sponge above sea level. Or tier 5 Menger sponge, I should say. Because they changed the world height, and so now not only can you go 243, which is what's needed for a tier 5 Menger sponge, but you can go all the way up to 320 or something like that. And I looked at that number and I said, you know what? This calls for some math builds. And somebody's got to do it, and I'm somebody. I haven't been doing any of my downtime working on the Menger Cube or the Undercity build at all. I've only been working on them on stream. Mostly because that's all I've been able to have the time to do. because I've been trying to get everything ready for the next few projects. Once New Year's comes around, I should be able to double back and spend a reasonable amount of time on not only this, but also Undercity and some of my other projects. I've just been spending all of my waking moments trying to prepare for next year's stream and video series, because I want them to be managed well enough. I brought the drink in and I didn't open it. I want them to be managed well enough that I can just step into them once or twice a week and just go. And then when I'm done, work on my other stuff. Yummy, delicious root beer this time. Hard to mess up root beer. Actually, it was this root beer that prompted me to get this sampler case of Bull's soda, because I went to the store and they had every one of the name brand root beers you could think of. There was IBC, there was A&W, there was Great Value, there was just everything you could think of. Mug. There was no Barks root beer. And Barks is the one with caffeine. Barks has bite. B-A-R-Q. And I was so upset. But then I remembered that I was wanting to get the sampler case of the 6 or 8 different Ball's sodas. And oops. When I got back to the house after that shopping trip, I looked at it and one of the flavors was root beer, and that's what made me go, you know what? This is my birthday present to myself. I'm getting a case of my favorite sodas. Now I have caffeinated root beer in my tummy, and I am happy. Caffeinated root beer with guarana. Oh, that was a hair shifting. I felt what I thought was a gnat, and I thought, it is way too late in the year for there to be gnats. What's going on? It was just a hair. Thank you, hair. Why did I say home? Trade zap. I think you have to have a moss block to get that whole thing started. I don't know if there's a way to make moss happen if you don't already have moss. I'm pretty sure. Actually, let me confirm that, because that feels like something I should know. Minecraft wiki moss. Natural generation trading. Oh, you can get it from trading? Ah. Trading with a wandering trader. Sell 2 moss blocks for 1 emerald. So wandering trader can give you... Alright. But really you need moss in order to spread the moss carpet, azalea, flowering azalea. Let's see here. What are the stats? Bone meal on moss block. If you use a bone meal on a moss block, there's a 52% chance of getting grass. Within this area, a block can transform into grass. 26% moss carpet, 10% tall grass, 7% azalea, and 4% flowering azalea, with some decimals after that. Piston activity, composting. And it also said post generation. Oh, okay, yeah. Moss spreads on to any blocks with 2 air blocks above them in a cornerless 7 by 11 by 7 volume centered on the original moss block in Java Edition. Okay. Foliage can replace air on any of these blocks. Huh. Let's not go into a Wikipedia rabbit hole, shall I? I know it's just a Minecraft wiki, but still. So you can get moss on a skyblock if you get a wandering trader. That's terrific news. That's actually something that I need to double test on the data pack collection. I need to go back to the other side. Now that I have a fresh installation that doesn't have the soul orbs, I need to see if the villagers that you can transform in that dimension, if they still have air blocks, or if that is something. I seem to recall talking to the dev about the air block trades, and I feel like they said that that was accidental holdover code, that's not supposed to do that, but it's not because of anything else I have installed, that it just happens even if the other side's the only one on. I feel like I had that conversation with them. but I'm not 100% sure. So I'm going to have to go test that again. Now that I have soul orbs as not one of the initial launch parameters, I can go in and see if they still have air, and if so, then I will have the double confirmation that it's just leftover code from a previous version. Ha! I have had this track play so many times during my closings for my streams that I heard this music start just now and I panicked and went, oh no, am I supposed to be wrapping up? Not there yet, buddy. Thanks for the anxiety brain, but we're not there yet. Maybe it's because this track is longer on average. No, it's only 2.5 minutes. 2:45, something like that. So that's not it. Just coincidence. Oh, that's something for my data pack setup. I am mildly contemplating having more growable crops by way of either data pack or mod, or both. Probably mod would be stabler, because if I'm already using mods, I might as well do that. But I've been contemplating having a little bit more variety for the growth, for some of the options for things to have as types of farms, and maybe even build up some of the cities around some of these extra materials. We'll see how it goes, but I've always enjoyed stuff like Pam's Harvest Craft and the magical crops and stuff like that, but when it came to the data packs, it just felt like there was way too much trying to be crammed into one object. With mods, you don't have to worry about that. You can just make your own object. You don't have to use an existing Minecraft item and then give it special NBT. You can just make a new object. So I'm going to think about it. I don't want to throw the focus off too much from the city building. Another thing that I wanted to consider is there are a number of mods that do something similar to what Newentown does. You put down a foundation to a colony, you give them materials, they build the things. Like there's Mine Colony, there's different things like that, and you can just build your towns that way. And I might consider including some of those as well. We'll have to see. I largely want the world to be revolving around basically the town and city building, the kingdom building, and adventure and exploration. That is what I want the core of the Refugee to Regent series to be. But I can see how I might very easily go overboard with it. Like I could find that one mod where you also go to space and visit the moon and Mars and all that kind of stuff, and then I would have the utterly baffling experience of trying to figure out how to get from one to another and correlate the two and all that, and so I'm going to have to temper the options against what I've already got going, because at its heart I want this to be a data pack driven series. Any mods that I add are just going to be complementary, maybe adding to immersion, ambient sounds, necessary functions like the tick reduction and other performance stuff. I don't want to fall into the trap of, well, if I'm adding this mod, I could add this mod, and then I could also add this one, and this would be fun to add too. And now I'm going to add all these trees and bees, and now I've got a mod pack with data packs. And I could foresee that turning into a bit of a nightmare for me. It'd be fun, but I don't want to spend too much time on that aspect of it. So I'm going to look around a little bit more at some of the mods that are available and make my assessments. I found one mod that replaces my needs that I had for a data pack that prevented other data packs from working. And it uses chests for storage. And for sorting and stuff like that. It's like a whole bunch of connected chests. It's not like applied energistics. It is not hugely complicated. So I'm going to be giving it a test. But I don't want to rely on it too heavily. It's not going to be getting used until I'm in the redstone stage anyway. But I'm at the point where I'm putting the finishing touches on things and just need to make sure everything will launch and run. Because if it comes down to I do a whole bunch of exploring and then I have to exit and relaunch the world to bring my TPS back down, I'm fine with that. But my biggest concern is that I add so much stuff that even in its most relaxed state, it doesn't want to really stay at or below 20 ticks per second. So performance is the real linchpin on everything when it comes to what I'm trying to do with the data packs. And then keeping it as strictly data pack as possible, that's secondary. And then finally, anything else that I want to add that's mods is going to have to necessarily add to the immersion or grow my options and possibilities for what I'm actually trying to do in the challenge. Because if I want to play a mod pack, I could play a mod pack. It's the Refugee to Regent challenge that I want to be core to this. So we'll see how that goes. I might be able to hunt down a mod that does animal genetics, similar to how I was trying to do better genetics data pack. But the better genetics doesn't work with the soul catcher data packs. So I've had to get rid of better genetics because I want to be able to have animals on the moon for my colonies there. And if having the better genetics, which is nice in sci-fi, makes it so I can't transport the animals to the moon, then there's no point in having the better genetics. So I am going to also be looking around for some other little things like that so that I can have some quality of life when I'm in the later stages. And that's basically it when it comes to where I am with preparation for that series. It's just the last few little details. The Rainmaker. I thought that said the Painmaker. People do still come back on here and play from time to time. It's kind of fun. A lot of people have complained at how restrictive the candy world is, but they don't want to leave because that's where everyone is, and so it's kind of sad seeing these people go, I guess I just have to stay here. I saw you, Mr. Greenfeet. Ah, there's that layer done. And I don't have nearly enough to even consider starting the next layer. But there we go. I finished this tier 4 Menger cube. Started this one. And then once this one gets finished, I'm going to be building all of these up to this layer here. And then I'll start work on this cube. And then this cube. And then once all 4 of these corner cubes are done, I'm going to lay the foundation for for this layer here across the entire 243 by 243 build. And that will be the start of the final layer of Menger sponges, and I'm just going to do what I can about I'm away from everything, can't see. I'm going to do everything I can about having just everything go up all at once. Just one huge layer after one huge layer. A single stream might see me only get 3 layers done instead of 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 layers, whatever. But it's going to be a huge area taken care of at once instead of a whole bunch of small stuff. I say small stuff. This isn't really all that small, all things considered. 81 by 81. From here all the way over there. I can't even see the far corner when I come here because it unloads. That's how far away it is on the server. 4 diagonal chunks. 4 diagonal chunks puts you right about here-ish. Let's see here, F3 and G. Right about here. But here we go. Tier 4 done. Next tier 4 started. Oh, is that? Yep, that was just an optical illusion. Okay. And from up here, you can definitely see what I mean when I say it looks like a heatsink from a processor. It really honestly does. And I can smell it in my brain. And I hate it. Let's see what these silly folk are up to. Hello, Vex. You are, in fact, back. Just in time for me to have finished putting in the last few blocks on this layer. I have finished this tier 4 Menger sponge before I started that. And now it's getting very close to midnight, so I am not going to start the next layer. I'm going to go ahead and wrap up because I have busy work that I need to do for preparation for the Refugee to Region stuff. Let's see here. TPA zap. Let's go see what this gazebo is. And if you don't know what that voice was about, I am sorry. There is, I don't think it's Avenue Q, but there is this little thing that talks about funny words and gazebo and mucklucks and macadamia, and this does not look like a gazebo. Ah! This, however, does look very gazebo-ish. Gazebo-ish. I want to make a gazebo out of black and white blocks and call it a gazebra. I'm going to make a note. Let's see here. Where do I put this note? Gazebra. There we go. Very lovely. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap up my video here in the gazebra, or gazebo. It's an upside down bowl, so it's a gazebo. Haha! So thank you guys ever so very much for watching. Ah yes, adding a bench, that would be nice. I mean, I can just go sit. But thank you guys ever so very much for watching and hanging out and spending time and chatting. It has been a pleasure to hang out with you guys. As always, it feels like I'm just, you know, in the living room playing a game and having my friends hang out and chat with me from the couch. And that's kind of the casual thing that I'm going for here. I enjoy just hanging out with you guys, and I figure if I'm going to be playing a game, I might as well be streaming. So that's what this is. I might be in the way. There we go. Uh-oh. Anyway, if you like this video and you like what I'm doing here, please do give a like. I appreciate it, and it does help. If you have any questions, comments, or suggestions, leave them down in the comment section, or you can even come message and hang out over on the Discord, where I go hang out once I'm done with my stream. I grab a little bite to eat or something, and then I spend the rest of my evening hanging out on my Discord. Link is down in the description. Feel free to join. You will have to remember to pick a role if you do want to join the Discord. If you're watching this and you play on Performium, I might suggest picking the Performium role, the Minecraft role, or you can pick YouTube. Up to you. Any of them will work. You just need to pick one to be able to see the rest of the Discord. But if you haven't already, what are you doing? Oh, nice. If you haven't already, do go ahead and subscribe. Sit. Haha. Because even though I've made it past that 2,000 mark, I want to keep growing. And every subscription helps. And every friend you pass my channel on to is another pair of eyes that might enjoy what I'm doing. I'm just this guy that you know that does excessively large projects just for the fun of it, and I will continue to do these excessively large projects until the end of time. So if you have a friend that you think might enjoy having me ramble and work on my projects, then please do pass my channel on. It's really the only way I can grow easily. Can you put that on with me sitting here? We'll find out. You can. Sweet. Waffle. How waffle? And this says waffle still. Awesome. Anyway, as I was saying, thank you very much for hanging out and spending time. If you would like to support my channel in a more meaningful way than just commenting and liking, then feel free to do a Streamlabs donation, or waffle, yes, or I have a link down there also to my Patreon where you can pledge like $1 a month or $2, 5 or 10, whatever. This year I was hoping to get my next book published, but these last few months have just been a nightmare of flurry of work. So I haven't been able to focus enough to finish either of my nearest to complete novels. So that's what's going to be getting dealt with next year. And in order to do that, I have arranged so that my time is much more free, so I can do that. And people who are supporting at the $10 tier will be able to get a free signed copy of anything that I publish while they are supporting. So that's an incentive if you want to support at that tier. And also, I once I get past a certain threshold, I will be looking into making a Patreon server for Minecraft so that people can play along and all that. So that's something else for future endeavors. But for right now, if all you can do is just like and subscribe and comment and share my channel, that's perfectly fine. We don't all have money. But I'm going to go ahead and let you go. Thank you very much for hanging out. This has been Thorn of Night on the Performium Wild SMP. You can play on mc.performium.net. You can see over there on the right side of my screen in yellow text, mc.performium.net. And this is the Wild SMP that I'm playing on. Story time? Oh, I mean, if you come over to my Discord, it can be. Yeah, that's basically it. This is Thorn of Night. I've been working on the Menger Sponge today, among other things. But I will talk to you later.